Hello? Hello? I'm here. Hello, everybody. Sorry for taking so long. I had to fill my water because, hey, voicing all these characters can be really bad for my throat. I have to have waters. I'm sorry, Needle. I didn't mean to. All right. I'm gonna unmute this. I'm gonna unmute Discord. Mina here? Mina here. Hello, Mina.
Hello.
How are you today?
A little sleepy, but otherwise good.
I am also a little bit sleepy. That nap was not enough. Are you excited to finish the case today?
Yeah, I'm very excited actually because this case ends on a pretty bonkers note.
Okay. Is it? So, are we starting the 5th case today? Probably.
Yeah, because all we have left in case 4 is the second trial, and I do remember the second trial being like a bit beefy, but not like 4 hours beefy. We will definitely be starting
Oh
case 5 tonight.
shit! Last case tonight, baby. That's exciting. That means we're gonna finally understand why the Sir, the Mister, the man himself is in this final fucking thumbnail for the case.
Yeah, I wonder.
It's so
Look
mystery.
who we got. Look who we got here. We got Aura on the side there as well.
We do got Aura on the side there as well, which is good. Which is kind of a spoiler actually, because she's clearly not the killer in this case now. If she's actively a person in this case. We got Athena who looks sad. We got sad Athena. That makes me sad.
Athena.
Then we got Blackwell, who is probably the main character of this one, kinda. Alright, let's do it. Who is the guy on the right in episode 5? I don't know who that is. I don't think I've ever seen, like... Is anybody in this game wearing glasses? Maggie Bird. That's it, I think.
You figured it out. You solved the case.
Does Aura wear glasses?
I mean, she's got like a visor.
Yeah, she do have a visor. I guess Bobby wears glasses, but they're not like...
Prescription. They're douchebag aviators.
They're douchebag aviators because he's a douchebag cop. Ted Tonate technically wore glasses, though they were more like goggles. I wonder if they were prescription. Alright. I'm excited. This is one of those Ace Attorney streams where it feels like it has been... Oh no, is the game fucking up? Hello? Oh, nope. He's just not there. Okay, I was like, is BlueStacks just not rendering the model? What's happening?
Sorry, what were you saying? That this is one of those cases
this
where...
is one of those cases, or this is one of those Ace Attorney streams where it feels like it's been forever since we last played Ace Attorney. It's been a long week. Been a very, very long week.
Much has happened.
Much has happened. Okay, I should probably voice the judge here then.
Yeah.
I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something. Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh yeah, that's why he's hiding.
Yeah.
Oh yes, my apologies. I am still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. Yeah, and then we got a... Yeah, I know. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Better than Apollo did, that's for fucking sure.
Apollo, who had literally zero time to investigate and get evidence.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? When is he not? Hello, Cookie.
Hello, Cookie.
Hmm? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time. Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly more than his fair share. He's seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. Cool. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Yeah, he is old.
That's one way of putting it, I guess.
He was in the war. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second half of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge.
And
how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point?
on further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dodo's argument was correct.
So, that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. Yeah, the lady who dead. And also Spaceman. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred and the trial was put on hold.
An accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm.
Oh no! I didn't know this. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial.
It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge and that's who killed the victim.
Mr. Director's claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one.
No, we have evidence.
There was no third person in the boarding lounge.
Yes, there was.
Oh, have you gone dotty already, old man? He's like 2 years older than you.
Yeah, 28.
Oh no, sorry, he's 5 years older.
Wait, where's Phoenix? Doesn't have a fuck. How old is Phoenix in this?
He's like 33, I think.
Oh.
Oh no, he's 34. Sorry, he's 34.
He do be kind of old with it though. 34, that's pretty old. We'll see who's the daughter after I trance you with my years of experience, little boy. Don't say that.
He's owning it.
He is a dilf. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person.
I see my sister has been running her mouth.
That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. How? You know what? Actually, I can totally forgive you for forgetting that.
Because she is not a weeaboo with the Cockney accent.
Yeah, they are not similar at all.
They have different hair colors.
Yeah.
I think the only thing they share in common is they both have gray eyes, that's it.
And also they're hot.
Yeah, they also are both very hot. Well, no matter if you can see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indicate the person was not the defendant.
I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there.
In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh? Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers.
Of course you have. Of course you have. Well, I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos.
Oh, so it wasn't named okay. Wasn't just named after space?
No.
Fuck this man.
The word cosmos was invented by Yuri Cosmos in the year 2020.
I hate this man.
Well, if you have anything you wish to ask me.
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1, and...
Thank you. Space was named after him.
Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me.
I love your sass. Simon, you're so good.
So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad as a proper appreciation of greatness.
Oh yeah.
And allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now, it sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony. Please. Alright. What you got to say, old man? Mr. Not Damon Gant?
Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in there to see what was going on inside.
Uh-huh.
We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Why would it have been him? I see. So in your testimony you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed.
Oh, the horror, the humanity. What I saw is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said.
What? Okay.
Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say?
Certainly.
To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs.
Yeah, how'd that go, though? Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had to peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Well, I have one point of contention with it immediately. Yeah. The last point of just assuming that the person standing over the standing figure must have been Starbuck, even though, like, we know at this point that he was unconscious. But, you know, whatever. I guess I'll press everything. Where were you coming from?
6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then that we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. Oh my. Galactic scooter here, of course. Or, sorry, on my galactic scooter here, of course.
Ah. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space?
Of course. It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships.
Is it? I see. Then I take it works in 0G too?
Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless.
Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. What? Huh? And when you got to the scene, what did you see? You went via the control room and peeked in from there. Is that's doable, right? Where's the, oh. Oh. Yeah, that's doable. If this is where the murder happened, that's doable. Wait. No, it's not. There are no windows in the doors. Unless they just opened the door and peeked in. Huh. Is that possible? I don't think that's possible. That they did this. Let's see. According to this diagram. Oh. He's going through the same steps that I did. You didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. Looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well.
In her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her.
I see.
So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and...
From the control room door. What does that mean? From where the door is? Or, like,
yeah,
through the door?
I guess they cracked it open a bit.
Okay. So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing?
Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that there was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there?
Ugh. I'm so close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's the third party.
I don't relish in this, and...
Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. But she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this person's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time.
Huh?
Other than that, I could see little else. That is why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was.
Huh? So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there.
Yeah?
Isn't that correct, great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark, and the figure vanished.
You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish was because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off of the scene?
For a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The south... yeah. The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
Both things are possible, right, Dono?
That's nice of you to say.
The real question is, do you have any proof?
Well...
We're just talking possibilities, and we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
That's not his usual kind of anecdote. There's no lesson there. It's just a thing that he's saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess these are a roundabout way of saying just because someone says something doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, he just wanted to say an anecdote there.
Just wanted to talk about his friend's spaceman theory.
As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. Hey!
But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
Wait, wait. Am I trying to prove that now? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Why? I'm suspecting that to be added to my evidence. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes?
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun.
What?
Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? Just like a cop.
I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer.
A cab!
She's like, yeah, she's a cop.
A cab! I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun?
I'm afraid I was... Oh, hold on, it's hitching a bit.
Oh no.
There we go. I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself then. He fired 2 warning shots directly into his head.
This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. 2 shots?
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
That is weird. 2 warning shots at the figure. Even the phrasing here is like, oh yeah, no, she tried to shoot this person. I mean, there is like this, as there's 1 bullet hole.
Yeah.
But
I think the bullet hole is the important piece of evidence because it's very pointed in the description to say the
a single bullet hole, yeah. Why does it say the bullet itself is missing and then we have a bullet here? I guess this is a different bullet.
I mean, yeah, they're found along different walls, right?
Yeah, but the bullet could have ricocheted.
Yeah.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? Whoops, misclick.
You doubt my words that will someday be written down in history books?
Yes. If you're making that face, yes. Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? I'm so confused. You said the Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene.
What?
Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Well... Alright.
I get your metaphor, Phoenix, but you're wrong.
You're wrong. You're very incredibly wrong, but I understand what you're saying.
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm the 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah!
You should know the answer to that already.
I should?
During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise.
Ah.
This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as a detective's gun.
What? That makes sense.
Rifling marks also match up. There's no question the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Huh. So this is a separate bullet. Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
wait.
because the other one was like a
10 caliber, which is weird. What? What? Huh?
bonus
Huh?
gun.
Huh? Huh? What? What? Huh? 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 Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct?
One sec, taking a shot.
Yeah, they mention it again. And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. How long has it been since they've done that, though?
Last
game?
Justice Case 2, I think.
Yeah.
One of the bullets the detective fired found its way to the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots.
My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was from a 38 caliber, huh? I'd better update the record. Okay, so what the fuck is... What is this?
Just give it 5 seconds, you'll be able to ask that.
Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No. It don't. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a 38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person.
Oh?
Very well. But it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor.
You found it where?
In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's 38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Grunk. That's a good sound.
Yeah.
And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us.
Why didn't you mention that? What's this now?
What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer.
So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along? It's Ponko! Director
Ponko
Cosmos!
did a murder.
Yeah, Ponko do a murder. It's Terminator. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw.
Would Ponko or Clonko be a more likely suspect?
I feel bad for Clonko, so I want to say Ponko. I feel very bad for Clonko. Then again, all of the abuse could lead Clonko to snap.
It was so funny when you first saw Aura, and you're like, oh, she's so hot, and then she abuses Clonko, and you're like, ah, she's not hot anymore, and then it went on a little bit longer, and you're like, nah, it is hot.
It is hot, though. I mean, yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate facts. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. You will receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony. Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized something. Bot not on. And now that I've said this out loud, I'm expecting at least one person to try to make the bot do a thing before it's ready. I don't want to download a patch right now. Aha! It beat you to it. I'm so good. So fast and good and great and the best. Why is my... Hold on. I also want to figure out why my captioning isn't, like, capturing my mic, which is odd.
Also, that quote is still true. I do forget to breathe sometimes.
Wait, which quote is it?
It's one of my quotes. It says, I forget to breathe sometimes.
That one's really good. Alright, yeah. Okay, now I have it fixed. Okay. I just had my microphone removed from the specific audio device. Whoops!
Detective Arm and I rushed towards the control room together.
Wait, hold on. Not to be overly cautious, but...
In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection.
Wait, does it not?
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Miss Anderlund, it is you who was cut down.
Huh?
What?
Pardon?
Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired a 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection.
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has the gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Recall the existence of the trash chute in the boarding lounge.
Come on, he has all that time?
The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection.
With what time? But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection.
It's up to you to prove that possibility.
Prove that he dropped. Ah! I hate prosecutors in this series so much. Prove that he dropped the gun down the trash chute, asshole.
Where's the gun? The trash chute leads somewhere.
Yeah.
And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence.
What evidence?
Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells that he is the culprit.
Oh, I did forget all about that. I also forgot about that.
Look, your boldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, where did it hit exactly?
It hit me.
What the fuck? No, it didn't. So does that mean that you're a ghost?
I was wondering when you would realize it, your boldness.
Wait, what?
Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He could even pass through walls.
Holy shit! Oh!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
I just love how much of a dick he is. Like,
He's such an asshole.
your boldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again.
What a dick. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos?
I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting of a great history-making figure such as myself.
Oh my
The
god.
bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, saving my life.
What? That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra Galaxy star. Oh. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. Wait, so is that the bullet there?
It just pancaked.
But what about the... Huh? It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos?
A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. What kind of bullshit justification is that?
He's 62. The judge is like 90 or 100. The fuck are you talking about?
It's like, hey, why did you commit perjury? Oh, I just had to.
I had to. Yeah, he is doing the Gendo pose, huh, Cookie? I trust this man implicitly. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. So but he said that it ricocheted, so why so he fired, so the guy fired twice then?
Yeah, that doesn't really add up, does it?
Why wouldn't
We
it?
should present the thing here.
Was that like the bullet?
Yeah.
Why couldn't he
he
have
was in
just
the
fired
control.
twice?
If he was in the control room of the east, then that doesn't explain how that bullet got there, right?
What, this bullet?
Yeah, like how did that bullet get there if the dude if the third figure only fired once at him?
Oh. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, I know. Athena, thank you. You don't have to tell me anything, I know.
So glad you can turn that off in Spirit of Justice.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, you can disable the consult feature so that when you finish testimony, it just wraps around to the start instead of giving you hints.
Oh, that's so good, actually. Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie.
A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history?
Yes, all the time. My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here.
Oh.
Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? That's a really good animation.
They have a lot of fun with his animations. Like,
Very
I love
good.
how 3D let them go with bonkers character concepts. Like, what if this guy's always on a Segway?
Yeah, it's very fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection.
Oh, tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet, it is metal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Yeah, and the bullet's right there, Black Quill.
Objection.
Are you... But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency?
Of course.
Oh. I think he just decided that on the spot.
Yeah, he closes his eyes and goes, yeah, I got this.
Yeah, I guess I could. I didn't think so. What?
Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right?
Huh? Well, what are you getting at?
Use your own brain. Your head must give you some use other than housing a bird's nest.
Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? It's a good question.
Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at him there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south.
Ah! That makes some sense, actually.
Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable to the prosecution.
Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this.
How about it, Director? If you don't tell me the truth this time.
Fuck.
Yikes. His handcuffs. You will become but rushed upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. That's like one of my favorite threats of all time.
That's a really cool threat.
Become the rust on my sword.
Yeah. Blackwell's so cool.
Yeah. Alright, to tell the truth, just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door.
What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far.
And now you've lost... Oh, sorry, yeah, that's Blackwell.
Yeah.
And now you've lost your possibility that a third person was in the room.
I have? How? Oh.
The director and the detective were near the southern door. Being the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required the print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints.
Yeah. And... Oh.
I guess that narrows it down then.
That sure does narrow it down, doesn't it, Blackwell? Thanks for that.
In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
Ugh! My third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. It's so cute that he keeps bringing up Trucy. Like, it's just, that's his daughter.
Yeah, he loves his daughter.
He loves his daughter. That's so good. Dad's rock. Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why'd you tell such an outrageous lie? Yeah, why'd you lie, huh?
You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said it was the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person.
Uh-huh.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said it was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. No!
It's over.
Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? No shit! Wait! What if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Wait, but who shot at the director, though? Who shot at the director, then, though? Himself?
Well, we know that someone fired 2 warning shots, and only one hole was found.
Yeah. This is a big mystery, ain't it?
It sure is.
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. Oh? This had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the south door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you trying to claim here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos.
What?
What? Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you'll explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
I've been hit on the starboard side.
Captain Wright! It's directed on the enemy ship, sir! A magnificent shot!
Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you've told a lie in this court once again. Let me just give it a second. Oh, there we go. Okay. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements.
Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality.
My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person Aura Blackwell saw... yeah? Oh! Yeah, she did shoot at him, huh? Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. Oh, but... okay. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge.
Brace for further impact. That's such a good way of being like, oh, this is gonna suck.
The bullet? The bullet hole.
Detective Arm's gun.
Detective Arm's gun? Fired. Wait.
bullet fired from an arms gun is the last piece of evidence you should have.
Oh. Yeah. Should it?
I mean, if you can compare that with his medal, then...
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. The .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' medal. Wait, but that is the opposite of what you just said. Yeah. Why are we trying to prove the detective arm had the .38 caliber gun when, If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. What do you mean ricochet mark?
That's not how you spell ricochet.
What?
Hey, ricochet has got 2 C's in the start, not just one. Not ricochet.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, is that right? You're right.
Pretty sure. Oh, I hope I'm right, otherwise I'll just look really stupid there.
Wait, I don't know. No, it is 1C, I think.
God damn it, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Cut this doesn't happen.
Oh no, maybe it is 2Cs. No, it's 1. And if that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the 3rd person we've been looking for.
The bridge destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandoned ship.
If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? What are you saying? This is literally the opposite of what you suggested just now. Oh wait, no, it's not. I got confused somehow. It's Director Cosmos fired the 10 caliber bullet.
Yeah.
I don't know why I got so confused there.
Because bullet calibers are stupid.
Yeah.
No, you've got it all wrong. What? The engine has started again. It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet.
Witness! Stop this at once and confess the truth! If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth!
Are you giving me orders? Be the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? The Cosmos revolves around me!
I'd like his stun animation.
Someone get me off this thing!
It can't stop! Order! Order in the court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Please help him. He's very dizzy. Oh, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. Yeah, that is in fact a Street Fighter stun animation. Absolutely.
Well, he was tooling out of the liberty of running an analysis on the mark with the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet matching with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
Are you ready to confess the truth, witness?
No, you got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding.
You came in here and constantly lied, and now you want to say that it's a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Fuck yeah, Phoenix. What the fuck? Huh?
Very weak.
That's not a recess. They just did a break there.
It's because the next section is pretty long, and I guess they just wanted to be like, okay, here's your save in case you mess up.
That's super weird. Okay, is that the first time they've done that?
I think so.
I think it is. That caught me
Yeah,
completely off guard.
I'm pretty sure the second half of this trial is basically just one long mood matrix segment.
Oh, good. I love those. Alright, we should take a break if it's gonna be that long then. 'Cause I also need to pee. So we'll be back and then we'll finish this case, and that'll be very exciting. I'm excited. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, it should be.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's finish this spaceman.
Let's nail this man for murder. The murder of Apollo's best friend that he totally always had.
Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person.
Forgive me. I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly?
The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me.
Cool.
I was afraid people would mistake me from the killer, so I escaped to the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again.
What the fuck?
I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are with such a convoluted deeds and thoughts.
I see. So then you created an alibi for yourself. I understand. Are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim?
Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
God, the hold it is so weak.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Oh, it sucks so hard. Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you.
Oh, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
Huh. That is an excellent point. Yeah, but you just said that you wanted to protect him. That doesn't mean you were actually protecting him. Well, it makes some sense if you told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So, Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
Ah, I just remembered. I have an alibi.
Oh, do you now?
Miss Blackwell saw that man, said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and...
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like, they'll corroborate me. The doctor's not fibbing to the quote for once. I confirm that he is an alibi for the time specified.
Huh? So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. And that you arrived at the lounge after that?
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an Earthling.
Is that... Other options there?
Aliens are now a part of the Ace Attorney universe. First it was ghosts, then it was robots, now it's aliens.
Aliens. That would be super dope. That would just be turning this into Yu-Gi-Oh, wouldn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. Alien ethics.
I tried to enter the lounge. The true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air.
But no.
It was near the elevator side door, and the launch pad one door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
No. So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared?
Yes, though luckily, no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
No. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. Oh, this happened after.
Yeah.
Oh. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Okay, Athena, thank you for summarizing this now. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. What I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route.
Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos. A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know. Our fibbing leech such as yourself can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself even if those around him don't understand.
Wow, that may be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple, because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director in Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness.
Yeah, but this dude's wearing like a t-shirt and like jeans. He's not wearing a spacesuit.
I would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit.
I think the claim they're trying to make is that it was so dark that even with the lighter you couldn't see anything that he was wearing, but that still seems like a stretch to me.
That seems like such a stretch, considering how, like, massive these spacesuits are.
Yeah, and Starbuck has been in his spacesuit for the past several days.
Yeah, it's just, this makes no sense. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
Like, it works narratively because, you know, we know that Starbuck isn't the killer, but
Yeah.
it's a bit of a weird gap that they never directly address.
Yeah, and they really should have.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's weird that nobody brings this up.
No, because it was dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono?
I can't find any holes in his testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our banished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Alright. She really does talk like a magical girl, huh?
I love it.
No wonder her objection theme sounded like that.
I tried to enter the lounge. True killer.
Oh, no, I already read this.
Yeah, we read this all already. Okay. Huh? Sad because explode.
Yeah. Super surprised.
And then nothing?
And then nothing. You think just realizing the killer has vanished would be a bit more shocking.
Yeah. You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Why are you... Ugh.
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went, isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. That's preposterous.
We don't have... There was the window there, right? Wasn't the window meant to be used in emergencies, or...
It was meant for ventilation, yeah. But it's also how Aura saw the
Yeah.
here.
It looked pretty small, though.
Yeah, it wasn't huge.
It wasn't a huge window, and if it's
I don't
just for
think
ventilation, a person can't really fit through it.
Yeah, it only opened a crack, I think.
Hmm.
And it was intact, so obviously they didn't smash it and go through the hole or whatever.
Yeah.
And even if they did, that'd be 3 feet off, like 3 floors off the ground.
Yeah, but there's a ladder, like, right by it.
I mean, by it, but not like there. It'd be pretty hard to jump out a window and then wrap around onto the ladder without, falling to your death.
I don't know. If we see the thing from Aura again, it looks pretty close to the window.
Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door is filled with smoke, making it impassable. As for the southern door... I was standing right there. So there is nowhere for the killer to run to.
Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself.
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
Okay, there we go.
Anyone trying to escape,
okay.
escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet, the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Alright. Angie makes sense. Because someone's shooting at you with a gun. Shock makes sense. Because somebody's shooting at you with a gun.
Yeah.
Why is there a sadness here?
Because he's scared. Or that could be sadness or fear.
Oh, he's scared and feared. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, it explode.
But maybe you should get some more information on that, right? Because none of the other doors have that. It's just this one.
Yeah, that's true. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door. See, okay. Here's my issue with the mood matrix. After the first explanation of what each little face means, there's no further like reiteration of that. So
Yeah.
really all you have to go off of is the emotion expressed with the little emojis. And the expression of the emoji of the blue one is sad. And
Yeah,
it doesn't really express fear to me.
I could definitely use a glossary or like a legend or something.
Or at least like label them
Yeah.
just with a little bit of text. That's all that's necessary. Otherwise, I think the mood matrix is a good mechanic. It's just really hard to discern what the fuck you're supposed to do sometimes.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door. Did I say that already?
Great theory, Cosmos. Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation?
Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. What?
I'm most certainly not.
Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. It looks like he hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those two pieces of data, and yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo, less Discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now it makes sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these two puzzle pieces together, these two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here? The launchpad 1 door?
I guess that's the only place it could have been, right?
Yeah. I guess smoke doesn't make it impassable, it just makes it hard to pass.
Yeah.
The culprit went through the launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes, I mean, no. Disaster to starboard. We're going to crash into an asteroid.
A master tactician you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you?
Oh. That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past the security lock. The little doohickey here, right? Come to think of it, we did examine the prints in the fingerprint recognition device. Oh, right, the corpse. Or Solomon.
Yeah, it was only Solomon's prints that
Yeah,
were
because
registered on there.
Solomon was unconscious. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shame they didn't tell me that and don't let me look at evidence right now.
Yeah, it's a bit of an annoying habit that this game has. I'm pretty sure Grey Attorney fixes that, where you can actually look at your evidence anytime.
Cool.
Take that!
That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen.
Oh.
It looks like he does have something to hide with the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the full picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
Huh? Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
I mean, it makes sense. It just doesn't work.
I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, Your Boldness.
I beg your pardon?
Look, if we play the security footage beyond that point...
Oh my! The footage cuts off!
Which, I'm just gonna talk realistically here. It wouldn't just like break like that. It'd just be black.
Yeah.
It'd just be black video. Unless, no, I think it would. Well, depending on how the security camera footage works, I guess. Because if it's just like if it's sent to a hard drive elsewhere, and the camera is just like completely destroyed, then yeah, I guess it would just cut off like that.
Camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Most likely by the after effects of the explosion.
Hello, Charles.
Hello, Charles.
There's no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens.
And I thought it was such a good idea, too.
It's okay, Judge. It was. It just didn't happen to be convenient in this case.
Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it don't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa Boldness.
Hey, be nice.
Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. What?
Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I would like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge?
If I must.
Okay. Why are you... Angie!
There's a bit of an inconsistency between those two, right?
Is there? Oh, surprise got less.
Yeah, why was he more surprised by her mere appearance rather than being shot by her?
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural?
Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon me?
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here.
Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprised reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Arm came. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there.
The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk.
Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nope. Not quite. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. What? No, what? Oh, I can see the photo. Is there a change? CD.
Yes, it's the security camera.
Hatsune Miku on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Oh, the little doohickey.
Little knob.
The little doohickey! It move. Director Cosmos. Oh, fuck.
What is it? What have you two been up to over there?
Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation.
Ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you have pointed it out already.
He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. This.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. The answer is this dick, Mr. Cosmos.
What? That's...
Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Hatsune Miku on Blu-ray. Oh. Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. But we don't know what that does. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Fine. I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob was a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away.
You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. Yeah. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos,
I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine. But listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony.
Alright. Huh?
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock.
Why is happy? Why is happy?
I feared there might be more explosions. So I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through launch pad 1.
Angie?
That area was a sea of smoke. Confound it, where on earth could they have gone?
Angie.
Yeah, you already got it in one.
Did I? Did I get the happy or is it the Angie?
The happy.
Like the happy makes no sense there.
Yeah.
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
How did you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
Oh, how do you know about that, too?
Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing.
But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. Even if I did, I would never, ever tell you, so there.
Oh, okay. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
It's literally like a line from the movie Zodiac, where one of the suspects is like, I'm not the Zodiac killer, but if I was, I certainly wouldn't tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, that is.
And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity? Don't make me laugh.
Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden?
You spattered nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that is willing to be glorified in the annals of history.
He's been really quiet for the last, like, hour, huh?
Yeah, he's probably the least talkative prosecutor, but that kind of makes him more characterized in a way.
Yeah. He's just
Like,
wanting to let you sit back and, like, do your thing and then, like, point out your bullshit.
Yeah.
Not for greatness anyway, unless you consider great as bow-faced liar an honor. Liar?
Ugh. His words bite harder than his blade.
You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You failed to realize even now the facts themselves have betrayed you.
You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend.
And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on the scene.
What?
Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
First my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let's leave him to indulge his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah!
Oh, sure, it must have went somewhere. We just might find out. Your argument's nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is.
But you can't deny that the knob moved.
Or are you not man enough to, boy?
Wait, hold on. Wait, what?
He's gone from calling him old man to calling him boy.
Yeah, what's up with that? It's like what hitting below the belt.
Youngins these days.
I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ugh. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be?
What are you blathering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then, after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? Yeah, that would make sense if they were planning on launching, right? They were about to launch, right?
They hadn't actually moved it yet, though. Like, they were just boarding it. They wouldn't have moved it until the astronauts were strapped in position, and, like, 100% good to go.
Huh. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Yeah. What? Why is he doing the Solomon sigh? You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base?
Pains me to have to explain how wrong you are. Your own logic is to you, however. Our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, that existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on the filmless film.
God, shut up. Oh, right.
To reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Oh! Get a grip, Mr. Right, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket? Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackquill, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if, when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then?
Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you.
Mr. Wright, will you explain yourself at once?
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning.
Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain.
Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch it with another place?
Yeah.
The museum. The museum can also move. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched Launchpad with?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum.
In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1, and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning, the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum.
What?
Or the dash.
And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2... Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackquill, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who, we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmo switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Oh, so he wasn't the killer.
Yeah, and it's actually a really interesting twist, huh?
Yeah, I fully expected him to be the killer.
I know, yeah, like, he was off every single red flag possible, but it turns out his secret wasn't that he's a killer, it's something else very weird.
Huh. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway.
Right, Dono, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well.
He has lots of practice.
Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff.
I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
He's like, shut up.
Unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads.
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So, the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. 1. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. I just need to confirm this for my own brain. Correct.
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 And if this is just another bluff,
Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then, answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? 2.
ooh,
2.
Dos.
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor on the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. I am teaching you how to learn numbers.
what?
Why is it
It's
a
like-
2 and not a 1?
One launch corridor.
Yeah, exactly.
2 launch corridors.
That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Get fucked, dude!
We're so good.
And
Brain
so
huge.
that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite of the Space Museum. And now that we know the two astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. The two launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. But there is one person who could have known.
Who's that?
Aura.
Oh.
She was on a ladder. Though, like, she saw the third figure, which means she didn't see Cosmos,
Yeah.
which means she might not have seen the platforms being moved.
Yeah. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Bye-bye. I'm gonna do a save.
Oh, I love to think that Widget actually says it out loud.
Yeah. God, I really have to do that. Oh, I have to... I want to make that as a transition.
The bye-bye.
Yeah. That'd be
That'd be
really
really cute, but I don't envy you trying to find clean footage of that.
Yeah, that'd be really hard. I'll see.
But hey, if anyone can do it, it's you.
Yeah.
No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth.
My honor, my glory. Everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon. Galactic engine ignition. What? It's gone haywire.
What? This is so good. This is the best breakdown animation. Oh my god.
No, not that way. No.
What a good breakdown animation.
Bailiff! On your seat and after that witness!
Oh, they fixed the door already.
Yep. Look at a carpenter on site. This kind of bullcrap happens so often. They just have someone on site to
Yeah.
like remove the doors and put a new pair in from the closet.
And then the dude's just like, it's a living.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum.
Oh yeah, all of his stars are gone, huh?
Yeah.
Ah, it is good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum. Yeah. That it had been switched with Launchpad 1. Yeah, because it looks like a museum. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? Oh yeah! As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
These... I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent.
You don't have that right in court, sir.
But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
The director is terrified. You must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but Would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing.
I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars.
The sad old man.
Oh, yeah, he's so caught up in his past glory that all he cares about is his superficial status.
Yeah.
It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us!
Mr. Starbuck.
Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Who's this?
Yes. Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens.
Who is this?
Ah.
Ah.
Aura seems really happy, though.
Yeah.
There's always something really sad about seeing, like, a character who's in the present is really bitter and, like, sarcastic.
And then seeing a photo
genuinely
of
happy.
them, like, really happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Like,
sucks.
something happened, something went down.
Yeah. Why does Ponko have a bandage on her head?
Because she hurt herself.
Sure.
She was running in the halls.
Ah, I see, I understand.
Then the dream is still alive.
Uh-huh.
Silence.
You're not going to space, Starbuck. But prison, I won't have it any other way.
Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept the launch pads when they were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I've yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, he's right. I don't have any proof. What?
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Me? Ah!
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood.
You have a grudge against this man, don't you, Blackwell?
If I'm gonna die, I want to die in space. I have to do something.
Go and Starbuck, prepare yourself.
Are you gonna kill him? Thanks, Fulbright.
No, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than...
Oh yeah, he's on our side now, isn't he?
Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late.
I don't believe we had an appointment.
I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to bring up a cat fight. I tell you, just as sure as a full-time job.
Was it the fight between cats or... Why are you here again?
Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Alright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed?
Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment.
What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Yeah. I didn't think he was serious, though. So what is the detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter. That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clayton's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Alright. Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent! This is it. This is just what I needed. Cool. Thanks, Fulbright. You cop-ass cop. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Yeah, whose fingerprints are they? Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
The defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he have not dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackquill, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? That this piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake.
Frankly, Prosecutor Blackquill, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Oh, statute of limitations. Yeah.
All right. You promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? It's like, DL9. SL6? One of those. Both? Both. Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent, in light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. Oh.
Yeah, woo.
We do it!
First
Case-
time in history of this series that someone's been declared not guilty without someone else being fingered as the killer.
Yeah, no shit. Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright! Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright and Miss Sykes, thank you. A himbo voice again. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best. Ooh, I wish we'd tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too. But that's going to have to wait. Does he not have a cell phone? Now that a verdict has been reached,
I'd like to bring today's then trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Oh. I need water. What? Fuck off! Fuck you, Black Quill!
It's too late to object, isn't it?
Simply isn't possible. Something's wrong.
Prosecutor Blackquill, are you dissatisfied with the verdict?
All right. What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see. And then there was that cat fight, and, well... I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks, so...
You have yet to read it.
Prosecutor Blackquill, can you read out who the prints belong to?
On thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes.
What the fuck?
So says the report.
What? What? Huh? Me? Athena sus! Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this! We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got him there, but I know I'm not the culprit.
This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this?
Yo.
God! What have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry! Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying! What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order!
No, you won't.
Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness.
The dark age of the law, baby.
It's back in Pog form.
End of case.
End of case.
That's a really good endpoint. Did it just autosave?
Yep.
That I don't think it's ever done that before. No one can escape their past. Here we go.
Here we go.
Backstory case. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. They sure do love blaming the assistants, huh? Not the assistants, the co-counsel. Athena's not just an assistant, she's also a lawyer. No matter how far we run, our past remains. As ever present as the moon in the sky. God, fucking anime, Apollo. I like how his spikes got bigger.
Yeah, just for the anime.
Yeah. Oh, Apollo's going to the moon, I see. I get it. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it.
But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow.
Hope, huh?
Oh,
Hope, huh? Interesting. Alright, with that, we should take another break. Holy shit. I can't believe...
I know.
Yeah. Okay. That's a really unique end to that case. Of, like, somebody else not being found guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And then immediately diving into, here's what we're dealing with in the next case.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't think it's the games have ever done that before.
No, this is the first true two-part case.
Yeah, it's a two-parter.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a Star Trek.
Yeah, so we know that Solomon didn't do it, and that Cosmos didn't do it. We don't know who did it, and Athena's prints are on, this extremely incriminating piece of evidence.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, and she's obviously hiding something about her past, considering the stuff that
Yeah.
Aura's been saying to her.
Yeah. And I mean, the flashback stuff that we as the audience have been getting.
Yeah,
There's some shit there. Also, about Black Quill. Are we gonna get Black Quill backstory too? That'd be interesting.
you will get some Black Star, yes.
Some Black Story. Is every end case in December? I think so.
Not everyone, just a disproportionate amount of them because
It's-
of the way the series timeline works.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, let's take a break. Y'all go to the bathroom. Y'all get snack. Y'all get drink. And then we're gonna start the final case of the game.
Woo!
Woo! We'll be back. I'm back. I refilled my water, and I have some hotted dogs that I'm gonna eat really quick. Cause I'm hungry.
Okay, gobbling those glizzies.
Yeah, I'm the glizzy gobbler. Hold on.
Glizzy gladiator.
I just have to put some text on screen to indicate that I am in fact eating real quick. So I'm excited for this case. I have no idea who could have actually done this.
Yeah, it'll be to puzzle it out. Huh?
Is there any way that I could have any theories? I'm kind of thinking there isn't.
I don't think you have all the information you need yet, because there is 100% a eureka moment in this case where you will immediately understand. Like you'll get a single piece of new information that makes everything click into place.
The first one of the entire game. Because the game has not let me have any of those moments. Or rather, it tries to, but then it also undercuts those eureka moments by having a character tell me exactly what the eureka moment is.
Yeah.
That awkward zombie comic is so accurate. How could Athena have done it? Also, what is her deal with the Space Center? Why do Widget and Ponko and Klonko have the same face? Why does Aura know Athena?
I'd call her the princess.
Yeah. Very weird. Who's that lady? I mean, considering the lady's color scheme, it could be Athena's mom.
Oh, I will say, I think there's a part in this first investigation that might make you cry.
Oh?
Just be like, it's very powerful.
Is it Athena related?
I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay. Athena was a sussy baka all along. Yeah. How the fuck do we end? How do their fingerprints get on that lighter? It's so weird. It's almost like it's a mystery. Alright, I'm ready.
The A in Amogus stands for Athena.
Oh shit. Athena
Athena
Mungus.
Mogus.
They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Oh, sad.
Yeah.
After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Hi, Trucy.
Trucy.
You get lines this time.
Yeah, after process of elimination, no one was left to steal your spotlight anymore.
Cool.
This was all part of her plan to get more screen time.
She did the murder.
She murdered Apollo's friend and framed Athena so that she could have daddy time.
It's my city now. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah. It seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. But now, Athena is the one who's being accused. I don't need a flashback to this. Oh, I see. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. Yeah, we know. The lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh. Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Is she gonna come with us?
Yep.
Yay! I'm excited!
Daddy-daughter time.
Oh, I love my Trucy. Trucy's so good. I missed her this entire game.
Yeah. She has a really good focus case in Spirit of Justice.
Ooh. She really did grow on me to the point of, like, at least, like, as much as Maya had grown on me after the first game.
Yeah.
Definitely not to the level of Maya after Trials and Tribulations, rather.
Tribulations,
Trials and Turnabouts. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but, like, definitely as much as I liked Maya after the first game. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Electric scooter, full speed ahead.
Okay, bye. Director, he scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Okay. No, why do I keep pressing that? As if that's gonna move me somewhere. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. Already kind of getting there. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. I love his energy, though.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to. Rad. Hey, can we talk a bit? I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was gonna be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when he went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's how it goes when you're worth less than space debris.
It's like, that's just how it is on this bitch of an Earth.
Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. He has depression, Trucy. It's alright. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding a gun So who was... What? What?
What? She's asking if the person that he saw was holding a gun or not.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless.
When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape.
The door to launch pad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the launch pad to the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So, they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now.
Kind of wild that we never went in there the first time, huh?
What, into the Space Museum?
No, into the launch pad 1.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess, like, the excuse was there's literally police everywhere because it's a bomb site.
Yeah, but wouldn't they have... Oh, no, that is where the bomb happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I guess so.
Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my prints scanned here.
2. Yeah, switching the launch pads.
Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was launch pad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, launch pad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right?
Oh, hiccup.
Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Economy, you know?
Daddy, let's go check out what's behind that door.
Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around.
Oh, okay. Hey, a leaf.
Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You don't even know what you're saying, Trucy. Actually, no, she wouldn't know what a Mogus is at this point. 'Cause it's like 2025. Or some shit. Not.
Oh, yeah, she could know. She could know what a Mogus is.
Yeah. The killer hatched. Wait.
Vented.
Invented. Hatch is dead by daylight.
Yeah.
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. So, this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, and this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So, when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2.
Right.
Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Does it got a robot in it?
Alright, so we just go there now? No? What? Hey, wait. Why are the dead leaves not in my evidence? The fuck, game?
Something you have to do here.
Is there? Because I can't examine anything.
Like the launch pad door lock in the evidence. Maybe the leaf is in there.
Launch pad door lock.
Or maybe just look at it. Maybe the leaf was added into there instead.
What? Is this different? No. Why did it say that? Oh, just this was updated.
Oh, okay.
So
I guess move back to the entrance.
process of elimination, I guess. Hi.
Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away.
Director Cosmos, wait!
And he's gone.
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! You just threw a knife at him?
That my body system has been compromised.
Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Holy shit, Trucy! What the fuck? And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. Oh, the bonk is so cute, fully animated.
Yeah, it just reminds me of that one tweet. It's like when the War Crime Tribunal asked why I did it.
Yeah. So good.
My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up!
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well. I surrender. As prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Okay.
Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why.
Yeah, do you really think he's gonna tell you now?
The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
Okay, so you're a liar. But I need more evidence for these.
No, you got it.
I do?
Yeah.
No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psyche locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. Huh.
Take that!
I mean, I guess this is all I can do right now, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see. Where to start? This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Clay?
Spiritor.
Ah. You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, while with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Oh, someone please help this poor prisoner of war.
How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I'd done that, don't you think I wouldn't have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure the astronauts' safety.
This reminds me of that episode of X-Files, where, like, there's a spaceman, and he's being haunted by a ghost from Mars. And there's, like, a launch happening, and the ghost from Mars is, like, sabotaging the ship. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
There's a ghost from the moon that's sabotaging the ship right now. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days.
A medium, huh? Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
Been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said
Oh, sorry,
it's
that's you.
been a while, and that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. One Miracle?
Mm-hmm.
The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank.
Didn't anyone tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman?
No.
Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Blackwell? Who else would it be, right?
Yeah.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken, and meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me?
So that's why Blackwell is a convict. A murder and a bombing. And that's why it's such personal stakes for him.
Mm-hmm.
What's his beef with Solomon, though?
I guess we'll have to find out, huh?
Super weird. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One Miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
You want to understand the reason I've decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
Why is it black and white? It's like 2018. 7 years ago. You mean the so-called Hat One Miracle?
Launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental.
Only that, before launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Ah. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All of that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All my personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You wouldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Funny that you should say that. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Yeah, whose fault is that, Phoenix? Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up Iraqans, stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage.
The same MO as this time.
Yes. And here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
There's a good reason we failed to find the spy. A massive cover-up by the government.
No, Zarboil, I did not expect a space race subplot.
Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they'd allowed such a thing to fall into the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
Right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "We don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago. Do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me.
Fuck the government.
We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor.
Oh my god. This is America.
Yeah. It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I know the truth. We'd been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 into boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. After all that effort, Terran is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope Capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was lost in the blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for.
Wait, what did he mean by the Hope Capsule was lost in that blast? Yeah, didn't Clay get it? I thought that the Hope Capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. Yeah.
capsule was being held in the safe in the launch pad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it under the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost at that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence.
Ah.
It was the courtroom bombing from the other day.
Oh.
The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens.
Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switch of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communications system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just of the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them to amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then this spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. Yeah, I know. So if we can find this Phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago was the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
Spin, whirl, done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
He's gonna spin so long he wakes up on the other side of the Earth. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. So we can just leave this here, huh? And he'll just keep spinning, huh? So this is gone.
But Yuri said.
Yeah, it got blown up in the bombing at the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Why? Okay. Why did Ted Tone blow up the courtroom? Like, did we have a motive for him doing that before we found him guilty? Or did he just fucking do it? Like, realistically, why did he kill Candace Arm?
She caught him trying to steal the bomb,
Steal the bomb.
to sell it in the black market.
He is the one that did the courtroom bombing, right? Oh
That
my
was never
god.
confirmed.
Oh my god, what if he... What the fuck?
He was the one who barged in and warned everyone about it, so technically he saved everyone.
Yeah.
He did, didn't he? What the fuck? Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow, look at that photo of the team. Bringing this back, huh? There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, or a Black Quill, and even Ponko. That's double space for some reason. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. He's giving a thumbs up. That means he's happy. Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks? Oh, look, there's a tear in it. Oh? Huh? What are you doing here? What the why are you here? Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene.
You must be so worried. But rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
She's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What, you didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She used to live here. She used to live here?
What happened?
Why would?
Space.
Why did she live here?
Space.
Athena's an alien. Confirmation. Okay. I don't get it.
Keep going. It'll be explained within this very same conversation.
She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, can you tell me more in detail?
Athena's mom worked here.
Ah, that was a really good guess, wasn't it?
If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Yeah, I can pretty much assume what that is. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
Should you really be the one telling us this?
I mean, if it's going to be important to Athena's defense.
Yeah, but like, I feel like Athena should be the one telling us this, not Junie.
Listen, she did not talk about it up to this point. It's clear that she does not want to talk about it.
She super wouldn't, yeah, I guess. Oh wait, I didn't actually read what that said. Okay.
Athena's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
What? What?
After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her.
Uh-huh.
But I never saw her again.
Whoa.
After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case?
That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home.
That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it.
She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
So, literally, Life is Strange True Colors in Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney did it first. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Oh no.
I always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh. I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories.
Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Daddy, show her that picture! Atta girl, good idea. Oh, this sucks. This is sad. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look, there's Athena's mom. The one on the far right, the one in the kimono. It's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Metis Sykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I know, right?
How did that never come up?
Heavy. If you go back and replay, it did in very subtle ways.
Oh, like, I guess in the first case where they actually see each other, they do recognize each other. Like,
yeah, and in case 3, when Athena's having a little mental breakdown, Blackwell's like, "Hey, you remember why you're here? You remember why you became a lawyer, right?"
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting teary.
Aw.
There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her.
So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Athena's sad theme is so good.
I know. Like, it's such a strong motif that they can reuse it for several different songs, and despite having the exact same melody in every one, it just provokes such different emotions.
Yeah, it's very good. Ugh. You're not who I wanted to see. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? Why? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Ha ha ha! I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Hey Ted, what's up? Hi.
Why did they keep that thing?
What?
Why did they let him keep that thing?
Yeah, why did they let him keep that? Can he access the internet with that?
What if he
Like-
fires a laser out of it?
Oh yeah! Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? Fuck! Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay, so let's just pause for a sec. Now we can basically conclude that the person who blew up the Hat 2 and placed various other bombs at the Space Center also bombed the courtroom. That makes sense to me.
It was all connected, just took a long time to get there.
Yeah. So why though? Why did they blow it up? Like, the only thing I can actually think of is... Oh, no, but I guess the case that they blew it up during was related to what they did. But...
Yeah.
Wasn't Solomon about to be found guilty then? Like... So it... I don't know.
You'll see.
What? What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
There was a third person.
What? Am I supposed to be able to see something here?
No, this is just like a flashback to the moment that he saw it, I guess.
Okay. I think you were voicing Ted when he's not doing the
Oh, right.
robo talk, by the way.
That's who blew up the courtroom.
You expect us to
Oh, God.
buy that?
He is Benry. I didn't notice that until right now.
What?
He looks like Benry.
Oh my god, it is... No! It's Benny! Why is Benny an Ace Attorney?
Easy
Is-
there, Trucy.
He transcended universes so that he could finally see the ending of All Dogs Go to Heaven too.
They let him watch it in jail. I don't see any psyche locks. So I guess he must not be lying. My god, I can't unsee it now.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We've been analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece.
Shut up.
Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated.
Phony Fanty Bomb is back in relevancy, baby.
It's back in evidence form.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. He's going to brand you
With a sword.
with a sword. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go.
In justice we trust.
What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
And
Yeah,
after
see,
we
like,
came...
you're right, Cardinal. Like, Ted is a murderer. Like, he's still, like, an absolute reprehensible human being, but he did have the good conscience to actually evacuate everyone instead of just saving himself.
Yeah. Maybe he isn't a complete and total monster.
Yeah, I think it was a crime of passion, like a spur-of-the-moment thing.
Yeah. Ted doesn't suck as bad as we thought. And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
Alright, so that is where we're gonna see Aura, I imagine.
What the fuck is that? Judgetron.
So, this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots...
Daddy, look! Over there!
Oh, hi, Apollo!
So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Oh, this makes so much more sense with the context that you gave me before.
Yeah.
Of like Aura early on in development, like having seduced Apollo to join her instead of be a defense attorney. Like, she was a prosecutor, right?
Yeah, they changed the concept for her several times without actually touching her design. Because, yeah, like, originally she was a prosecutor that was supposed to seduce Apollo, and she was going to be, like, the final boss of the game, because it's Ace Attorney law that every final case has to have some kind of twist to who you're fighting against.
Absolutely.
But then they changed their mind and they made her Clay's older sister instead. But they changed their mind again and decided to make her Simon's older sister because it would make her motivations more interesting.
Even though they have nothing in common.
Yeah.
At all. But, I mean, that's how siblings are sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. You're gonna give her your Auntie Chen voice.
Yeah, I do.
Apollo and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Brucey, and it's right.
If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab.
Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Alright. God, she's so hot.
Fuck, she's so hot.
I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly, Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right?
The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena.
Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate.
She is such an evil villain, lady. I love her. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Whew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk.
Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost?
Mr. Taryn. How are your injuries, Mr. Taryn?
Oh.
Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries, Mr. Taryn?
I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium.
Almost.
Almost. Pretty close. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why do you enjoy traveling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better.
Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo, come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story.
But Miss Aura, that's private information.
If you don't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Oh no. Oh no!
Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now!
It's got blast processing. The bodies of all the robots that came through this lab were designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger than.
Yikes! Better watch out what you say if you don't want to get a recycle Clonko.
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The navigational companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans.
Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Isn't that the name of one of the Persona robots?
Yes, because it's a god.
That's the one from The Answer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she keeps a photo of her on her desk?
Yeah,
Huh. She's really interested
This
in
is
her.
not subtext, by the way. This is just text.
Wait, what? Really?
You'll see.
Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left in Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, and now she's gone.
I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you.
Huh? Oh, it is text, huh? What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
So, Aura, would you like a tissue?
Keep it trap shut, hunk of junk. These bitches gay.
Yeah, she's extremely gay.
She's extremely gay.
It is outright stated at one point later on, so.
Cool. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is? Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. All the hosses are back, baby. Excellent. Thank you, Saribot.
Yeah, good job, Saribot.
Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. Alright. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know? He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis's daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? She's fucking calling Athena Mary Sue.
Just like, I love how there's this undercurrent of bitterness when she talks about Athena, because like it's almost like Athena's proof that, you know, she couldn't have a close relationship with Metis.
Yeah. Big sad. Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So, the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Oh, wait, I didn't read that. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now! Klonko, show them out.
Certainly, Miss Aura.
Ouch! Don't push!
My apologies. I'm just gonna walk forward and do this, and if you get hit, it's your own fault.
Ugh! That's a really cute animation.
Yeah, he's so mad.
He's so angry. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. They are really making implications here about Apollo and Clay, huh?
Yeah.
This nothing character. Granted, Metis is currently a nothing character. But also, Clay is so much more of a nothing character because he wasn't even mentioned in the previous game, where Apollo was the protagonist. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
Usually he's a nerd.
Usually he's a total dweeb. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Swear to God, if they don't let me look at Charlie, I'm gonna flip my shit. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Yeah. Oh no. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And after that... Ah!
Yep. Hold it in.
Fuck! It like immediately it hit the moment I read it. I was like, oh no. Oh, I have to get through it. And after that, there was always someone by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Oh, fuck. It just immediately welled up inside me, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, we'll get ready.
Phoenix, oh no, oh no, oh no! Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Oh my god. I have to do the crying face real quick. Why is it not showing?
Yeah.
Why is it not showing? Why does it not work? What did I do? Huh? Do I not have this? Hold on. Hold on. Before I have to get this sorted before. Where are all my hotkeys for? Yeah, that should work. Unless...
I think for some reason the default one is different settings. It's not darkened like it usually is.
No, yeah, I did that on purpose.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see why this is doing this. It's not actually alternating between the two now. There we go. Did that do it? That did, in fact, do it. It's a letter from my daughter. Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Should I voice it as Maya, as if it's like a... Like, you know those scenes where in movies they have the character read the...
I think you should. I think it's only appropriate.
No, but that's a spoiler for, like, what I'm gonna do for her in Spirit of Justice.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
You can do it in her classic voice.
I can do it in
seen her in a while.
I can do it in classic Maya voice, but that's just Trucy. Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. That's not the right music. That's not the right music!
Happy Maya.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weird is par for the course with you. It's not Maya's theme. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya! Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I used on Psyche Locks. Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. It's Pearl.
Yeah.
Pearl's here. Mr. Nick? Ah! And she also screamed. Oh, it's you, Pearls. Hi, Pearl. This would probably have a bigger impact if we hadn't seen you earlier in the game.
Yeah.
No, they probably act like this isn't his first time seeing her in a while.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, that was supposed to be case 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Fay, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've noticed that she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Yeah, your sister and your other daughter are here to cheer you up.
Yeah.
So good.
Honestly, I admire the restraint of not having Maya herself show up.
Yeah. It must, I can't imagine how much temptation there was to have Maya come in sooner, and not save her for Spirit of Justice. Also, there's only reference to Maya in Apollo Justice. You don't even get, even this, a letter or anything. You just go, oh yeah, Maya sends Phoenix Steel Samurai tapes, and he doesn't even mention her by name. Yeah, I'm all stuffy now. Fuck.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a lot. It's a lot for me to deal with.
The text of that letter is just so sweet, and she included the drawing of Nick just to draw on the Shelly the Killer card.
Yeah, that's so nice.
I'll copy and
Oh, I'm gonna whip this place into shape.
I'll copy and paste the text of the letter into a DM so you can read it at your own time.
Okay. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about this case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Pearl. Ugh. I wasn't so not prepared for that.
You know, it takes you by surprise.
Yeah. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. Hello.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Front-facing Blackquill looks so weird.
I know.
Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about?
We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down.
God, his slight head tilt is really hot.
Yeah.
Ugh. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be. I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana.
Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning.
What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. But Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me. But it was just it was the just thing to do. Ugh.
But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too?
Yeah, Charles, or as Blackwell's sister. I guess you missed that part. They don't look anything alike and don't act the same at all, huh?
Yeah.
Wild.
But I guess there is precedent for that because my younger brother has different eye color, different hair color, and different complexion from me.
Yeah, my sister is wildly different than me. Let's just say that. Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence.
I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono.
This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you?
You villain. Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
Oh, the guest is leaving.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same one as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could possibly solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you.
And he's gone. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Great. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. God damn it. They're doing this shit again.
Yeah, but get ready for more, because they're going to do this several more times over the course of the series as well.
Oh my god. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if you're Red, Mr. Lawyer, were to kill you. Oh, Apollo.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that one. I was like, Red, Mr. Lawyer, who are you talking about? Edgeworth? There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. Huh. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. Okay. See, there he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. There was the victim, is kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. You can't see the face. You can't see the face?
Wearing his signature coat with the feather on it and whatever.
As we have discussed this. People can wear different clothes.
I don't believe you.
It's true. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story of the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Just happened to show up, huh? Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something.
Yeah, I guess they wouldn't have to try it very hard if he's confessing to it. Like, they would just be like, all right, so he confesses to it, here's the picture, so
Yeah.
we're all good, right?
Yeah. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes. And I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Oh, shit!
Yup.
What did you say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Oh. Well, fuck. But what if the culprit of the current cases is the same one as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. Ugh. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision? I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative, but he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Yeah, I think I have some idea what might motivate Blackwell to take the fall for this.
Yeah, what's that?
Athena killed her mom. It's like, but the thing is, it's like Godot and Maya. Like, it's like 1-to-1.
Parallels.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't know if it'd be parallels, but more, or if it's just them really wanting to bring back Bridge to the Turnabout.
I'm tired.
Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction. Not a malfunction! They're staging revolts! Machines are rebelling against humans! Fuck yeah, dude! You get it, Clonko. Oh. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages! They did what? No. Trucy! We have to get right over there! This is going to be one heck of a battle! It's Terminator. Alright. Robot uprising is now! The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Huh? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
Poor Clonko! I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me! All right, people, what's going on here? Pearls, over here! Pearls? What are you doing here? Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I'm happy.
Clunko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something? Oh, did I?
Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him.
Yeah.
Oh, he died. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Uh-oh. Clonko? Horns! Yo! Dope! Hey, look, there's drills in Klonko's head.
Yeah.
Interesting. Are you gonna voice this?
I was waiting for you to voice it.
Why would I? Oh! Yeah! She's taking direct control, isn't she? Ha ha ha! Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ah! The robots are rebelling! Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I was controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you! Hostage one, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here Oh, this girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Damn, there are stakes now, huh?
There are.
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Play Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait, Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters. Hey, maybe Fulbright's all right. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunk of Junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. Yeah. Oh, when he said dolls, he was talking about her robots.
Yo.
Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just, what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it in court?
Retry it, baby.
Retry it, baby! I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It would be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now, follow Hunk of Junk. Right, police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Jesus Christ. Shit's dire.
Yeah, it's going down.
Aurora dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Riot,
Ah! It's the hostage taker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however.
Monitored.
But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? Fuck yeah, dude!
So long.
He's fucking back! Back in the saddle, baby!
Yep, with his new long coat.
Oh my god!
I trust you've been well, right?
That's not Edgeworth! He's got glasses now. He also
Yep.
looks like a dad. He also looks like a dad now.
He's so daddy.
Return of the boyfriend. I should save, actually, now that I think about it. It's been a bit.
Yeah.
Edgeworth, what are you doing here?
I get back into the headspace for this
Yeah.
character. I haven't voiced him in so long.
This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in a court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? Oh, he took Lana's job. No,
Yeah.
Chief Damon Chief
Damon was the chief of police.
Chief of Police.
Yeah.
Lana was Chief Justice. Chief
Prosecutor, yeah.
Chief Prosecutor. A lot of words in my head right now.
Yeah. A title's nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss?
Wow, right to business, huh?
Yep. This is no nonsense as ever.
So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth?
The captain chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case.
Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top.
I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help.
I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Meta Sykes.
Yeah, Athena's mother.
7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
Dang. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see.
I also have the autopsy report for you.
Gee, thanks, Edgeworth. Is this an updated autopsy report?
The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene.
Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture.
The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch.
Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too.
A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor.
I hear this trial was over in a flash.
Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too.
The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
This day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why.
So that means he must still be hiding something.
Right. And there's another aspect of the case which was never revealed to the public.
Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right?
Right. How on earth do you know about that?
Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. No, you haven't.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. I think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock.
A spy for who?
England.
Japan.
But if you can prove that Hat 2 bombing was the work of the same spy,
We can stay the execution?
it's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can.
Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Show me your badge.
Okay. Let's do it together! The family's back together.
Yeah. It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back.
Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through.
No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you.
Nah, I was the one that made the decision.
But now you can stand in court once again. And you can mow them down just like you used to.
Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? That's cute.
Yeah.
They're cute. Alright, hey look, there's a big drill here. Gore and Logon do be happening in here. Oh, this is not like a turn. Weird.
Old-fashioned pan.
Yeah. Classic. Classic for Edgeworth. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Ooh, I just want to dive in, straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Yeah. It's Meta Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? You're gonna hit me. Please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh. So he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura.
With the loss, she exhibited severe catecholamine imbalance.
Catecholamine.
I'm gonna say he he glitched while he was saying it. That's why I paused.
What is catecholamine? Catecholamines are a group of similar substances released into blood in response to physical or emotional stress. Oh, so dopamine's a catecholamine. Epinephrine, adrenaline. Okay. That makes sense. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for an alternative expression. She would spend the night crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
Which she probably still does.
Yeah. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
Oh, that's cute though.
They have two mommies.
Yeah. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives.
Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research.
Ponko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. That sucks. Recognize the people by scanning their spacesuit or a uniform jacket ID tag. That's why Klonko was calling Apollo Clay. I figured that much. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Apollo's face would have been registered though, right?
I think Phoenix's was, but Apollo didn't like.
Oh yeah, I guess
it is registered.
It's possible they didn't even come here. Oh no, I don't think they did. I think they was like last minute they got put on the case.
Yeah.
Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Okay. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you.
Well, what's that supposed to mean?
They are such a couple.
Yeah, they've got that old married couple banter going on.
It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Yeah.
I've got to send you this article, but this major newspaper, I think in Seattle, ran an article for Pride Month this year that talks about the Ace Attorney series as framed from a gay perspective.
I think I saw that. I didn't read the article, but I think I saw that
it was really good. It made a really good point that if you take everything that happens to Phoenix and Edgeworth and apply it to like a heterosexual couple instead, everyone would be like, "Oh yeah, they're definitely a couple." Like,
yeah,
no question about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there are heterosexual relations that have been founded on such flimsier premises than theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. This is where Metis died. Based on gay manga. Yeah. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too.
Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch... Oopsie. Hey, it's moving.
It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. You would just kill this poor robot.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, robot. Oh, they're building more. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. Come on. Come on. Yeah, no, it's right over the window.
So I feel like that'll be difficult to climb out of and get onto, though.
If you...
Like, you
Yeah, but if you... Yeah, but if you smash the window, it'd be way easier.
Still, I feel like you would have to, like, grab the side and then, like, swing around. I'd be scared. I'd be too scared to do that.
I know, I could do it.
Look at you, big Chad Luka.
This is Edgeworth, by the way.
No. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside.
I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Phoenix, come on! As if you'd die if you fell. Not fucking likely. Man, we're not really getting a whole lot in terms of evidence, huh? It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? Oh. That's Edgeworth.
No. That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope Capsule.
He calls her Pearls.
Yeah, because they're married now.
They're married now. That's so cute.
Yeah. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The three people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body.
The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me... Oh yeah, bag. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule?
Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag, but how did you know?
Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all.
So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he?
Yeah, he sure is. Hey, what's this? Probably should have been the first thing I looked at. This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgeatron JT02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearls. It's not even complete yet.
He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either.
They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room.
So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rocket there too.
That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture, that's weird.
What's
What is
weird
it?
about it?
What does Moonrock actually look like?
Not that.
Hold on, I want to see what
They just had to make it look.
It looks
They
fuzzy.
just had to make it look. Yeah.
Why does Moonrock look
They-
fuzzy? That's so weird.
It's because the dust on it. Like the dust from moon rocks is so like clingy that it's like a legit hazard if you breathe it in because it clings to the inside of your lungs.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Hmm.
Noted the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Yeah. Athena, I miss you. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy?
I'm sure of it. Dr. Sachs is probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan.
No, Charles Edgeworth's gonna be the prosecutor, obviously.
Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit.
Or... I mean, it would be interesting if they actually made Apollo the prosecutor.
What do you think, Wright? Any ideas?
There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you've asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yup, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Oh, really? Wow! So, that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yup, the Blackwell case. Oh. Oh.
Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion.
Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time.
That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return.
Adjust his glasses. Such an Edgeworth thing there. Such an Edgeworth animation.
I know, it's funny being all new. It feels so familiar.
She should have always had glasses.
I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as prosecutor in court. I want you to keep
Keep an eye on him.
No, yeah, it didn't load.
Oh no. Oh, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now.
Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect. I wasn't ready to give you all the details.
Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Oh. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason. Wait, that was Phoenix, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the anime cutscene from the very start of the game.
Oh, yeah. Not canon Phoenix voice. I'm going to end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what this is all about. I have to screen cap that. Dark Age of the Law is the dumbest fucking thing.
Yeah.
The Dark Age of the Law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in papers.
And in video games.
And in video games. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. I know. Sweet mother of God, I know. I know all of this. So
Also, I find it really funny
so well.
that they consider this to be the Dark Age of the Law, not the 40-year winning streak that Von Karma had from forged evidence and forced confession.
No shit. This
Like,
Dark Age of the Law stuff is so fucking forced and ham-fisted.
Yeah, it's very silly. Like, again, Von Karma was at it for 40 years, and it's implied that, like, a good portion of his, the cases he prosecuted were ones that ended with a false verdict.
They really, really needed something to tie all these cases together. And it sucks, and it's bad, and I hate it. Ugh. Like, you know what makes the original trilogy really good? The way
None of this stuff?
The way that they bumbled into having an overarching plot. All of the overarching plot was added retroactively in subsequent games. It wasn't made to be each game has a self-contained story and each game It's part of a trilogy. That wasn't the plan. And then Ace Attorney 3 came along and they were like, oh, yeah, this would be a good endpoint for this, huh? And it just happened naturally. And it didn't feel forced. Fuck this Dark Age of the Lost shit. It's so bad. It really is just this series spinning its wheels, trying to, like, get back to Bridge to the Turnabout. That's all it is. The highest point of the series so far. And they just can't get there again. Sucks.
It does suck. I think they could just remove the entire phrase Dark Age of the Lost from this game, and it would just be a net improvement.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, I think the worst part is that it doesn't, like, it's not like a critical plot point that drags the entire game out. It's just annoying.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with anything, and they just keep mentioning it to make it so that it has something to do with something.
Themes are words that you say a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Fuck.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system has already lost people's trust. It all began 8 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Please don't recap the events of fucking Apollo Justice at me.
A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's.
It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare.
No more bum raps.
Wait, so that means that Ezra had definitely approved this marketing campaign.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah.
Well, is that why fucking the little rhino is dressed like... Wait, it's blue, right? It's like dressed like Phoenix.
Yeah, blue and red.
Yeah. That's so gay, oh my god!
After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long the legal world itself was sucked into it.
It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. When has that ever been the... When has that ever been the case?
It's this idealist version of how things are supposed to go.
Like, even Edgeworth, who is standing in the room right now, for most of the times we acted against him, was combative and didn't try to help. And Clavier had his whole turnabout serenade thing going on, and then there's Franziska, who just wanted to win, and then there's Von Karma, and then there's the Pains, and they don't give a shit about the truth. You do, Phoenix. And Edgeworth does, obviously. That's it. Fuck. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves at each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? Oh.
The hostage taker's disdain for the court is a perfect example of the times.
I thought that's something he would notice. It sure is.
He's very close attention to Edgeworth's eyes.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be?
Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly?
I'm Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess.
Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena.
The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Rice, to set that prosecutor of those hostages free.
So it's... Oh, okay, yeah, no, it is, okay. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me, too.
Of course. I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth.
Hell yeah.
As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Hell yeah!
Mr. Red, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh?
The most pleasant blackmailer ever.
Yeah, totally. I'll see you in court, Edgeworth.
Even if it will be under an undocumented trial, it's good to face you in court again.
I like how usually I'll see you in court is a threat. Here it just feels like flirting.
Yeah.
It's very good. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Hi, Athena. And Pearly, too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step was to interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself, she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Thanks, Athena. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So, I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes's? Yeah, obviously. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Wow. She was out.
Yeah.
When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means... what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. Didn't even acknowledge it. He's just like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's like, there's no friggin' way.
So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? Okay. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability,
Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people! I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated.
Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones? Yeah. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation, but I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that, but just about the only things my mother left me are with our widget and this earring. Just the one. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. The moon rock, huh? Huh. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab.
Paper?
Whoops, no, wrong button.
Which paper?
This.
Oh, the Ponko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know. Ponko's so cute. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. See, Ponko's badges? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." Athena's so cute. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do.
A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages?
I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might...
Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait. Did you know him back then?
Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow.
No, he wasn't. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. Oh, he was straight then. That was before he came out.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about?
She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. Fuck. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Fuck.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled, like he used to, back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here.
So the stakes in this one are so good.
They're legitimately so good. Like
Like,
why? Like that's what makes me so mad. Like, why bother with this Dark Age of the Law bullshit when there is such good motive and good stakes here without it?
They just really wanted to, like, try to connect every case with a through line. Like, every single one's like, oh, this is all because of the Dark Age of the Law. When, like,
yeah, but every case
it's okay
here,
to make them stand alone.
without the Dark Age of the Law, every case here is connected with Athena and Blackwell.
Yeah?
Their plot is the one that matters. And you can remove the Dark Age of the Law plot shit completely, and they are still there, and they are still the connecting tissue for the overarching plot.
Yeah, you're totally right.
It sucks, because, like, this game has so much potential to be, like, really good, and it's so botched. Ugh.
I do at the very least think that the last two cases kind of redeem it.
This case, yeah,
Like,
this case is good so far.
Yeah, like Reclaimed is amazing.
Reclaimed
4
is
is
good.
good setup for this case, which is
Yeah.
great. So
Honestly, I feel like 4 and this could have just been one case.
yeah,
It's weird that they're split up into 2.
I feel like they wanted to have, like, you know, a solid chunk just to lay the groundwork down.
Yeah, but usually there are only 4 cases. That is the prevailing trend. Rise from the Ashes was an exception, and that was
because
additional.
Bridge of the Tournament was also case 5. Both
Was
of the
it?
investigations, both of the investigations games have 5 cases. I think by this
Oh.
point it was standard.
I guess I guess I'm thinking of this in the context of just the main series, because I haven't played the investigations games yet.
Yeah.
That's fair. I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. Hello. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait! We still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. Courtroom number 4. Oh, The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya?
It's really good. Really good.
A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all.
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
It's even worse. It's even weaker when the stakes are this high.
Yeah.
Ugh. Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway.
We're ready to start the trial. In courtroom number 4. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4, the one blown up by the bomber. This is actually really good.
It's hype. It's very hype.
Super hype.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astounding trial in an astounding location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention, it's not Simon you'll be defending.
What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell?
I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No!
But... Oh. Yeah, the black psychologs are back!
Yeah. We finally get to figure out what they mean.
Wait, really?
Yep.
No way, it can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen these kind of locks before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them.
Do we? No, we don't. You lied to me.
No, you'll see. You'll see.
Alright. Fuck.
That shit's good.
It's real good.
Hey, that shit's good.
It's real good.
It's real good. Holy shit.
I didn't expect such a wild, like, shift in quality.
I know.
Like,
They
this
saved
case
all
is
their
a-
juices.
This case is actually good. It's like a fucking episode 3 of Gurren Lagann all over again.
Yeah, they saved their juices for this one.
Yeah, this one's pretty good.
Yeah, like Jazz and I both like these last 2 cases a lot, to the point where they elevate our affections for the game overall.
It's gonna be hard for them to do that for me, considering the moment to moment stuff is like the exact opposite of what I like about these games.
That's totally fair.
But hey, if the resolution of this case is good enough, and maybe it'll turn around.
Maybe it'll turn about.
Hey, we're probably gonna finish Dual Destinies on Wednesday.
Yeah, I mean we've got two trial segments and an investigation to get through, so it might be a bit of a long haul, but
That might be worth doing.
maybe.
All right. Hey, that's the end of the stream for the day. That was a good one. That was a very
It was.
that was emotions all over the place today.
It was we laughed, we cried, we got blisteringly angry.
Yeah. Everything. The stream had it all. Yeah, so we'll continue Dual Destinies on Wednesday. Thank you, Mina, for joining me today.
It was my pleasure as always.
God, I'm excited to finish Dual Destinies so we can do Spirit of Justice.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
I'm so excited. All right, tomorrow we're going to continue eastward. I think I might do an extra early stream this week on Thursday because Untitled is coming out this week. And that's gonna be super dope. That's gonna be another one of those streams where I'm like following up on streaming the full game of a demo that I played before. Right. I think that's all. Is that all? That's all. Yes.
I think that's all.
I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, or night. And as always, good sleep.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Goodbye.